Greetings, fellow Svobodniks, or I guess I should say Privyet. Today we are going to be trying to do the same thing that we do every night, I guess, and that's try to make it to second Weltkrieg start as New Russia. So we're in June 1937 now. I guess we'll see what we get. We got snowstorms on the menu for this weekend, boys. So we'll see how that goes. So these guys over here, so did some consolidation. I think that fixes us on our, well, we're almost clear of our light tank deficit, so that's good. So we'll have like 5 pretty decent light tank divisions, I think. So we'll have those. And yeah, working on our flamethrower tanks. We'll be able to switch to medium tank production soon, so we'll have that reasonably quickly, I guess. We'll be able to start building some more military factories. I think I'll probably flip pretty close to like 1938. We have more than 3 lines of civies building stuff, so that's quite nice, I think. And then we just build up a military industry from there. So I think we were going for the Euro program to get the Tankograd thing, which I've heard is pretty overpowered, but not as overpowered as it was previously. I am on like patch 1.4 point whatever now. Like they did do an update here, and I've downloaded it obviously. So what's this? It's another Puvalets. Hardness. Hardness is probably pretty okay. The cost of reliability. We might be stretching our reliability like a little bit. Let's get the entrenchment. Soft attack 5, that's pretty good. Yeah. Let's get the hardness, I guess. I'll be fine. So we're doing that, and then I think we're also grinding the Civil War, and I think I was building some infrastructure and stuff to maybe get us some better supply lines for our likely war against the East Turkestanis or whatnot. And over here, I think I was trying to get Swamp Fox. Looks like the feds are getting pushed back pretty readily, which is not great for a grind. Or at least getting Ranger. Yeah, it would have been nice to get the March leader trait. Stupid AI. Like, it might be better for us actually. It might be better for us actually to go maybe try and hold the ground against the syndicates. It seems like we might get a better luck trying to get them to attack into us there. Get traits a little bit easier. Resistance of the Alash Party. After the ban on political parties outside the SCRS, the order was contested briefly by a court case raised by the prominent Kazakh lawyer and Alash politician Vlad Khan Tanachev, trying to argue that it was the constitution of the Alash autonomy protected the right to political association within the autonomy. The executive order was nonetheless, unsurprisingly, considering the court is mostly pro-SCRS, declared illegal by the Supreme Court, and subsequently the Alash Party was considered abolished. The Alash Party had been the dominant party of the Kyrgyz steppe for the past 2 decades. Ideologically, they had been close to the cadets and had been supporters of the liberal status quo. The Alash Parliament defied this order and continued operation as usual. The Commissar of the Autonomy, Alim Khan Yermakov, cannot be removed from power by the President of Russia as his position is elected, and Yermakov was defiant, mobilizing Alash's meager security forces and assuring the autonomy will maintain its liberty even if the Federative Republic does not. Stupid Kazakh rebellion. Do I have any nonsense I can do with that? Maybe do some of this though. Let's get the 2 civvies. Like, not really. They don't have any XP for that stuff. Yeah, let's maybe try see if we can get up over here. Like if we can sit in some of those forests, that'd be great for us. Americans remain dominant in the Legation Council, okay? We got the Italian Civil War. Yeah, again, like up here we have like the AUS is kind of like pushing the territories that we don't really want to be pushing in. They're like defending over here though, so like maybe we go. That's a plane style. I don't really need anything to do with planes. Maybe if I stay here long enough, they'll be able to attack. Or they'll attack into this forest tile or something. We can stand in that and try and get a ranger. Might be a little bit dangerous to try and stand there if they've got Louisville. I guess we could try and take Louisville back, but that kind of sucks. So there, actually, look at the Ural program. That's good. If they want to attack there, that seems like that's a good place, good hangout potentially. But of course they're not. That was actually pretty fast that Venice lost there. And these are only a few days, so hopefully that's not too big of a detour. Alright, they're gonna push us here now, okay. That's good, especially if the attack is from more than 3 directions, we can start learning, what is it, the, improv expert trait as well. I think it was a commando or something. Sovereignists in Middle Africa. We still work on factories. We're building our rails. We got the war in India. What's this? IMZ infantry equipment cheap. I think you got lots of resources. Let's go with the eliminate material waste. Okay. I got like a pretty large amount of steel now anyways, but that's okay. I have decisions. Almost have enough PP to do that. EJAP's mechanical factory. So those are probably pretty good to get, but I'm gonna work on trying to eliminate resistance first. Help with their stability. Kazakhs in crisis. Already tens of thousands of Kazakhs have been displaced from their traditional farmlands by the Cossacks and Russian settlers, and without having the means to feed themselves, have been reportedly resorting to banditry. Clashes with Cossacks and government forces throughout Semipalatinsk have been reported with no end in sight. Local authorities have called on the Russian government to send assistance. The Alash Party has called on the government to instead help the displaced Kazakhs, many of whom are facing violence, even starvation. The plight has begun to draw the attention of the Russian public, with opposition leaders criticizing the government for continuing a policy of colonization which has only led to increased suffering. Hmm. Popular anger. Like, I can probably afford a little bit of anger. How's it going, Alfalfa? Do I want to do that? I mean, that is probably better grind than this war here. We'll see. We'll try and let him work itself out, I guess. Maybe start going for some of this stuff here, too. I don't know. I'm not really doing too much with the agency. We're not getting attacked there anymore. Is there a better place we can go? We can try to go push this marsh tile again. I also stand in that forest tile too. Maybe even stand in a marsh tile. That'd be really convenient. All right, so here we can do eradicate more resistance. So that stuff is already done. I mean, if we're gonna dodge the war, there was like it's maybe kind of a waste to build that. We just build more factories instead. Again, I'm just guessing here. I don't know if we actually get to dodge the war. But we'll do that. Build a few more of these. And in terms of focus, recruitable pop might be good to get. We are kind of getting a little bit low. Logistics, be nice to get. Cheaper stuff. The Grand Mechanization program would probably be pretty good to get. Let's go down this path, maybe. Get 2x armor research bonuses. So I don't know. Let's go for that. Get the infantry production one first. That's kind of what we're going for. The medium chassis in a few days. Then we can go and get the... Ooh, that's a long rush for that artillery. So maybe we'll have to put the close assault gun on the medium tank. We don't have the XP to design that medium tank yet, anyways, right now. So I don't know. Maybe I didn't line up my my technology as good as maybe I should have. Get the basic medium chassis. So this research slot, we can start working on our artillery. Construction, that might be worthwhile to get. Also get logistics. We'll have a research bonus for support technology to help us get easy maintenance. Maybe let's just go click the sure, whatever. Let's go do that. Get another Poltavets thing. Additional hardness. We'll keep those for other modules. Estival looks okay. Armor. I don't know how much. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if the AI is gonna pierce us anyways, like we're just gonna go over just like the strats and not bother trying to do the arm bonus just to get cheap tank. Go like that. I think we're researching our engine still, right? Yeah, 13 days for that, for more engine ticks. Pull a few factories off light tanks, start building efficiency on the basic medium tank for now. Alright, so now we're getting a bit more play over here. The fall of Deseriak. In the Caucasian highlands, much of the population resides in what are effectively fortified villages referred to broadly as Alls. One particular All in Ingustia Deseriak has earned a reputation as a stronghold of separatist forces, and consultation with locals has confirmed that All has served as a staging ground for repeated raids into the surrounding countryside. Some of these locals have since enlisted as auxiliaries in the Wild Battalions, though many have preferred to remain in their own militias. In spite of Deseriak's commanding high ground and defensive towers, a small force of Wild Battalion troops managed to infiltrate forward and mark out assault routes under cover of night. Unfortunately, the Russian regulars they were guiding had much less experience moving quietly in the harsh terrain. While the defenders of Deseriak, alerted by the racket, a chaotic melee soon broke out. After hours of anarchic gunfire into the darkness and barely aimed artillery barrages from nearby Russian battery, Deseriak was finally seized by government forces. Though the rebels suffered heavy losses, many managed to escape in the confusion, dispersing to the countryside to fight another day. Victory has been a cause for celebration, but many on both sides can't help but feel that the lead-footed Russians bungled the successes of their auxiliaries. We get force stability for that, so a win's a win, right? I should maybe take a look at resistance. These is the resistance map mode. Yeah, okay, so we got some nonsense over here. Maybe we should just do some agency upgrades. Their second spy. I think there's also natty focus we could do to get that. And you will reassign you to... I don't know, look maybe over here. Need to go something a bit harsher. It's actually probably cheaper for me to just go new template. Than to pull the recon company out of the other one. So I think this will help us get support equipment out of our garrison, so that'll hopefully help with our deficit support equipment. I guess we don't really have at the moment. I don't normally go over it with engineers, but we'll try this game and see how it goes for us. Trickster, yeah, that's the trait I was thinking of, Trickster. Legacy of the Northern Volunteer Army. Memory of the heroes who volunteered to save Russia during the Civil War has lived on in countless ways, from the veterans organizations to inherited uniforms and symbols. The red and black uniforms of the Kornilovites are just one example. The traditions of the Markovites, Drozdovites, and Alexeyevites are alive and well, shown with their unique uniforms and parades with their own insignia on dress uniforms. Under Savinkov's reign, one uniform has become like no other. The so-called Savinkovian or Gopurian uniform was designed only very late in the war when various white armies started to design their own uniforms inspired by the original four. The Savinkovsky uniform is based on the green and black uniform with the red and gold skull epaulets of the Siberian Shock regiments, fitting to the green hell that the Northern Volunteer Army marched through. A similar uniform was adopted by the Svobodnik marching formations with death's head epaulets. The cap is a distinctive bright red with a black band akin to the Kornilovites. The Vazd often uses a dashing hussar version of the Savinkovsky uniform in formal military contexts, showcasing his own military record as at least equal to that of his generals. In fact, the uniform of the Northern Volunteer Army has been connected so deeply with the Svobodnik and SCRS paramilitaries that it's become more of a symbol associated more strongly with national neurotism than with the original army. Solonovich and the Stabs Captain movement. A bodybuilder, a martial arts master, a journalist, and writer, Ivan Solonovich's career has been a curious one, and he can be justly said to be one of the most famous conservative thinkers of the new generation. In the 1920s, while working as head of physical education in Petrograd, he founded the People's Imperial Stabs Captain movement, explaining that a Stabs Captain or staff captain is someone who runs the unit while the commander is away, the commander obviously referring to the Tsar. The Stabs Captain movement is primarily focused on physical training. They organize sports events, spread information about healthy lifestyles and the evils of alcohol, and run weightlifting and boxing competitions. But they also serve as an ideological movement, one whose members are encouraged to read Solonovich's writings and proclaim people's monarchism. Thanks to the tireless work of the four Solonovich brothers, the movement has spread from Petrograd to Moscow, Novgorod, Smolensk, and many other cities. Solonovich has refused to integrate his movement into the SCRS's All-Russian League of Sports, claiming that his movement is already sufficiently patriotic and does not need political oversight from the Svobodniks. He has refused close cooperation with the party multiple times, even if he had admitted that he supports many of Savinkov's policies, chiefly his land reforms and stricter line against socialism. That does not seem harmless enough. Seems like he's trying to divide us, and we are Russia, one and indivisible. 30 PP sucks, but we'll do it. Guy sounds like a monarchist sympathizer. I'm getting Ranger pretty quickly, that's nice. I got the improved engine. I think here maybe we go for maybe I need a plane research bonus. How far is it going to take me to get a plane research bonus? Like, is this considered to be a CAS technology? Or is just this stuff considered to be CAS technology? It doesn't say, like, research for airframes. It says specifically technology. All medium aircraft. It's actually pretty fast to go down that way. Maybe we do that next. Let's start researching our high-speed airframe. Sure, we'll go with ducks, I guess. The Dvinsk Autonomous Region. The Dvinsk autonomy was established in 1935 by President Savinkov's decree as proof that his Russia would not only be for ethnic Russians, but for all peoples. Previously an autonomous gubernia, this upgrade into full autonomy was in practice a propaganda trick meant to prove to the Latvians and Estonians on the other side of the border that free Latvia and free Russia was true. The Latgal region has been flourishing since, or has seen flourishing of Latvian and Latgalian culture in the 1920s, but nonetheless become the stronghold for SCRS thanks to the Latvian Nationalist Union being Savinkov and Gopur's early ally. The local Duma, called Latviešu Centralia Padome, was the first legislative body in Russia to cooperate with the SCRS already in 1928. Savinkov's old colleague Fridriz Bridis was elected as commander of Dvinsk early and has since become essentially dictator of the autonomy. So a small party state within Russia, Bridis' regime shows national zeal to one day free all of Latvia. Russo-Latvian friendship. I like the way that flag looks. It's quite aesthetic. I think like the graphic for it in the updates. Unrest of the Amur Ussuri Cossacks. Atomy and Grigory Semenov left Russia for Harbin in 1922 rather than answer for the crimes of his warlord regime during the Civil War. Still, he is regarded as a folk hero by many Cossacks of the East, particularly by bitter former Transbaikal Ussuri Cossacks who were resettled into the Amur host after the Civil War. Unlike Cossacks of the West, the ones in Amur are hardly elite, being nothing but middle-class military peasants of the unforgiving border region. The SCRS has found some support among the Amur Cossacks, but there have been little practical efforts to improve the situation at the border, although land reforms may have been favoring non-Cossacks. In fact, a movement to reclaim the flags of old Ussuri and Transbaikal hosts have sprung up in the distant Cossack villages. The longtime ataman of the Amur host, Ivan Mikhailovich Gamov, has remained silent in the affairs of his own host. Lagant Kleipakov. Now let's strengthen against Uprising, I guess, and then we'll call off some of these. Let's cancel this recruitment for now. Давай. Build the northern route. Build some railways with PP. I don't really care about the shipbuilding all that much. You can do that. You gotta do this first and the other thing. Alright, did that give me my support technology research? I can use that for maintenance company. Let's go get the air. I'm pretty good on Ranger. Maybe switch these guys over to get the engineering company, I guess. I don't know if we'll be really using these guys all that much anyways. Let's leave it for now, I suppose. So we got Psycho Warfare, the Anti-Partisan. Rising Sun. Attack these guys instead. I wonder if it's worth it trying to get a wrap around here. To try and focus on that tile. I don't know. We can just do this for now. We can maybe try and find an improv expert when I have later on. Yeah, the AI is gonna fuck that up. Decisions. I got 3 civvy factories for doing that. This is pretty good. We're getting attack upgrades. It's lucky for us. Should have maybe gotten an industry research bonus, I don't know. We're getting to October 1937, so we're going to have to swap to military factories soon. I would like to get my easy maintenance module. That's 214 days. That. I'll maybe use this to go for our construction tech. The war with Chile and Argentina. Yeah, we're gonna have to save up. We need to up our conscription law. This has actually calmed down a bit. We can maybe actually get a 3-way attack in. The rise of the Manzalov. The scattered bands of Kaiserreich rebels have begun to organize themselves into an actual resistance force led by Sadiq Ayukovich Manzalov, a former member of the Alash Party who had fought on the side of the Whites during the Civil War, but who recently resigned from his position in disgust after calling for Kazakh independence. Manzalov has become a rallying point for tribal Kazakhs angry with the loss of their lands and turning to desperate means to try and tip the balance of power in the region. I can get military anger. Let's do that. It was one of my goals to have less military anger. Ooh, so it looks like we might have our war here. Bukhara emergency. Madman-backed the president warlord of Turkestan has started his greatest gamble yet, the conquest of Samarkand, the ancient jewel of Central Asia. A so-called Republic of Turkestan, little more than a den of snakes and bandits, tried their hand at conquering Samarkand nearly a decade ago, and spent the years since their defeat seething. Recent insurrectionary action among the Kazakhs has also been linked to Turkestani efforts to undermine their administration and foment revolt. Protected only by the thin veneer of plausible deniability, the most recent insult is the final straw. Samarkand is guarded by Emir Alim Khan, our closest ally in the region, but his position is shaky and he will not be able to hold out against the Turkestanis on his own. It would be politically unacceptable to allow the petty warlord of Tashkent to get away with destroying the greatest stronghold of Russian support in the region without a military response. We began preparing for an intervention against Turkestan since they first rose up against us a year ago. It would not be difficult for us to move up our planning, starting the invasion prematurely. While some are concerned that without proper logistical support our attack may be ineffective, General Field Marshal Peter Wrangel has repeatedly demanded a green light for immediate invasion. Yeah, so okay, maybe we do need to look at that. And not get supply. Why am I not able to click on this stuff? Okay, there we go. So we'll do that. I guess that shouldn't take too long to... Well, maybe that one's going to take a while, 55 days. But yeah, so we'll do that, get ourselves some logistics there, and then I guess we'll try and slap these guys around a bit. Got a logistics wizard guy. I think do that. Alexander Vasilevsky. Yeah, this guy is pretty good. I should have maybe ground him out if I was going to use like, he's a Republican officer, and we're trying to LARP maybe a little bit here. What about this guy? Oh, my actual field marshals. We have any of these guys have organizer. We got Denikin as organizer. Okay, we can get him logistics wizard. All right, Denikin can be in charge here. I'll leave the other ones for later. We'll get the supply logistics expert there. The Russian military air fleet. Unlike the other branches of the military, the Voyeno-Vozdechny Flot Rossi military air fleet of Russia has seen some of the most extensive changes since the Great War, though with only minimal success. Originally under the auspices and control of the Army and Navy with their separate air fleets, the VVFR would only be separated and conceived as its own military branch in 1929, after the efforts of both pilot aces Alexander Alexandrovich Kazakov and Vyacheslav Matveyevich Chachiov, the former becoming the first chief of Air Force of Russia. With a new branch of the military established, new sources of limited funding for more promising domestic designs from companies such as Sikorsky Gamayan, and ducks emerged, along with the expansion of aviation schools and clubs. While individuals such as Alexander Lapchinsky and Vasily Kirchpin spearheaded the development of aviational doctrine and military academia, the aviational arms industry saw limited production runs for domestic designs due to finite funding, thereby largely continuing to rely on the importing foreign aircraft, causing many national companies to turn towards the civilian sector to keep their operations running. With the rise of the SCRS came a turning point for the VVFR between the visions of Lapchinsky, who sees an Air Force as an extension of the Army, closely coordinating to achieve tactical successes on the battlefield and in the skies, and Kirpin, who envisions an Air Force that can operate independently behind the front lines to achieve strategic success with widespread destruction of enemy industry infrastructure and critical supply lines. Red Staratia. It's gonna be probably better just to stand there and get Ranger. Oof, RIP my manpower. Like, we really need to get our manpower law up. I still need 1, 2. What do I have here? 1, 2, 3. Let's go passive defense maybe. Need 2 more upgrades. I got the flamer tank. Is that what I wanted to do? No. BT 7. Is BT 7 already on here? BT 7A is improved layout. Yeah, BT 7. Why does it keep on doing that? Like, I want to make a new template. I fucking hate the tank design. Like, this is such a piss off to deal with. Just want to duplicate my design. It says no changes we made to the initial design, but like if I do this, I'm gonna lose my light tank. I guess I could just do that. super irritating. Oh, I have easy maintenance already. I thought I had to have maintenance company too for that. Probably leave the turret the same. Production cost. That's probably fine. Okay, so I guess I got. I guess it still works. Whatever. Okay, so it's pulling off light tank. Start doing that, I guess. And then I was going to do, yeah, I might as well put, if I'm building medium tanks, and if I have medium, or if I already have the, a 30 XP, it's fine, we'll do that. I do like fuel drums. The Karaganda massacre. Recent events in the Central Asian city of Samarkand have incensed the Kyrgyz population, official name for all Kazakh people in the Russian context, of the Alash autonomy. Already angered by our recent attempts to reopen settlement into the steppe to maintain order, the forces of the 60th Cavalry Regiment had moved to secure the large Kazakh city of Karg around the city's vital rail hub, which has recently become the focal point of our planned intervention south. Unfortunately, with the presence of these soldiers has proven to be disastrous, as violence has erupted in the city between the cavalry and a vast mob of protesters. The agitation began peacefully as protesters gathered outside the rail yard, demanding the withdrawal of the 60th Cavalry Regiment and the release of a number of Kazakh nationalists recently jailed for anti-government actions. Unfortunately, the soldiers were unable to contain the mob and were eventually forced to fire into the crowd, dispersing the growing riot and arresting nearly 100 agitators. But unfortunately, at the cost of the lives of 6 protesters were killed in the ceasefire. The relationship between our government and the Allies leadership, already strained, has been pressed to its breaking point, and the newspapers across the autonomy and its Central Asian neighbors cry out against the Karaganda massacre. The native security forces will surely be unable to handle the rising discontent, and we will likely need to reinforce our position in the autonomy by force of arms. Kazakh rebellion. Probably my garrison's sucking up all my manpower. The burning of Kwanib. Though the wild battalions have more than proven their worth in battling the insurgents, an increasing number of incidents left the government forces concerned over just how much control they really have over their irregular comrades. These concerns have unfortunately been vindicated in the worst way possible in the Varia region of Dagestan. From the little that has been gathered by the Russian army detachment stationed nearby, a wild battalion force dispatched in a routine patrol instead chose to attack the government-aligned Owl of Kwanib. Lightly guarded by another force of wild battalioniers, Kwanib was soon overrun by the attackers and put to the torch. This senseless incident, a friendly fire, was apparently brought about by a clan feud between the members of the 2 wild battalion units. Needless to say, the sack of Kwanib has resulted in a deluge of criticism for Russia's conduct of the anti-insurgency operation in the Caucasus, and both the army and the government have been left deeply embarrassed. Reeling in the wild battalion's successes will prove difficult, especially without affecting the Russian government's tenuous control over the region. Maybe we should be the ones giving orders after all. Uh-oh. Popular anger increase. Fall of Semirche. When Semirechye was pacified in the days following the Civil War, Alash militias under the command of the native general Manzilov firmly planted themselves in the region, integrating with the Semirechye Cossack host and the native tribal leaders. When we began cracking down against Manzilov and his Kazakh separatists, they largely retreated into this region, unthroning our Cossack guards with the support of their old contacts and pushing Adamant Alexander Ianov to retreat north to collect his forces, losing most of his arsenal and heavy weaponry. With the Snake, Mufta, Shikoy's Turkestan National Army forces marching to meet the Kazakh secessionists from the east, the two traitors have declared a new Kazakh republic in the lands surrounding Verny. We do not have the units on hand required to crush this revolt, giving militias from across the Alash autonomy the opportunity to rapidly organize and march to join Manzilov and his allies in the land of the Seven Rivers. With our Alash allies completely unable to get a grip on their commanders, it appears that the only thing these vagabonds will respond to is the end of a barrel. So you have chosen death. So we're supposed to go to war against them now, right? Right? We need to do a focus for that. I guess I get a lot of manpower back after I click that. It's like, that'll be nice. So we got some mills on the main. Oh, they're doing their little pact. I should maybe build like a basic supply plane or something, and a war transport plane. Expensive though. Might help with like supply in those regions. I guess if I was gonna do that, I probably should have done that like a while ago. I should probably also research armored terrain if I'm gonna be behind an aircraft. The Kazakh rebellion spreads. Sadiq Yunkovich Manzilov, hiding in the mountains of Semirechye, has managed to humiliate our military and inspire insurrectionist spirit across the Alash autonomy. Native rebels successfully rose up against our garrisons across the region, outmaneuvering our scattered policing forces and the meager Alash loyalists to seize our central regions. Manzilov has rapidly gained fame as the leader of the Kazakh national uprising, and his rise to stardom has given the militias and bandits a central figure to rally behind, invigorating their forces and catching us largely off guard. Walim Khan Yermakov and his allies have remained loyal to us. He has lost the faith of the Alash people, and his grip on most of the autonomy has slipped away, as fewer and fewer Kazakhs recognize his government. The rival government of Mirzakap Dulatuli has instead pledged themselves to Manizlov's revolt, giving the rebels a dangerous degree of legitimacy and leading to mass defections across the country. I'll have to show them who is the master of the steppe. Yes. So it sounds like there's going to be a war here, so I'm going to unassign this guy, so we'll get him back. I might as well just recall these guys. It sounds like there's going to be a war, otherwise that's like kind of a waste. We got radio, so from there we can get the construction tech. I guess I didn't really need... Like, doesn't a maintenance company too... Yeah, this is supposed to give us easy maintenance. Like, I guess we already had easy maintenance. That's a bit... It's a bit weird that was already unlocked for us and we were able to select it. The bandits band together. We marched against the disorganized armies of the backwards Fang Tian clique and CER crisis nearly a decade ago. Our commanders promised the people of Russia that their victory was assured, that the Russian army would crush the rabble of the East. The memory of the past humiliation haunts every mind marching south, where we have committed ourselves against the arrayed forces of Madman Bek's warlord Republic of Turkestan, the traitorous riders of the snake Junaid Khan, and the grimy rebels of Sadiq Amanzlov and Mustafa Shokeh. These armies are hardly able to threaten the might of our modern army, but we must not forget that they are supported by the devils in Berlin and Istanbul, and that they are advantaged by their knowledge of their desolate and uncivilized homelands. We will not make the same mistakes we made in the Siberian wastes. We will show these up-jump brigands and the world at large that the military might of Moscow is not to be trifled with. We were unlucky in love, but we're lucky in war. Where's our guy here? He's like a level 2 guy, right? Popov, yeah. It's like kind of annoying that they just displace all of your troops like that, even though like you're already lined up on the border. We can get this. We need to push for those supply points. That should give me a... Well, so I guess if we don't have resistance there anymore, we can throw that there. And we should be getting like one more to get my second operative. I think that looks probably okay for that transition to military factories. I need to fix my supply situation first, so I can kind of worry about trying to grind out the... Yeah, this will be okay over here because we'll have like some forests and stuff to grind. No marshes, but Nice. Okay, Bukhara capitulated. Oh, isn't that like over here? Oh, Kamul Khan won that war. That's unusual. Fate of the veterans organizations. After the Civil War, many organizations appeared to protect the legacy of the brave soldiers who defeated the Red Menace. The Union of Volunteers, Alexevites, the Association of the Siberian Riflemen, and the Czechoslovak Veterans Union, and the Krasnov Organization. The Green Union and many others were largely organized around specific Civil War-era armies. Almost all of these are now supportive towards the SCRS, but the Green Union has been especially loyal to the cause. Its longtime leader Alexander Stepanovich Antonov, one of the famous Vozd of the Tambov peasants and a close ally of Savinkov in the region, which started as a veterans organization for various peasants, partisans that rose up against Bolshevik menace, has eventually become the second largest veterans union and recruitment base for the Svobodniks. In our program to take full control of Russian life, we have two options. Either all these organizations are disbanded and merged into a single new organization under the SCRS, or utilize the Green Union as a foundational block and require all the other organizations to join it. Either way, the outcome is a single veterans organization under the political control of the party, which can be used for recruitment, propaganda, and training. We'll do that. So we'll have supply here, you know, at least from some of these places soon, hopefully. Alright, I guess I can just do this, right? Get them the maximum amount of trucks that we can do. Okay, so we did that. Grand Mechanization Program. Like, I think I'd like to get the Grand Mechanization Program. I think we'll go... something like that. Gotta be kind of careful not to destroy too much of their army here. Like, I do need something to grind against for my army XP. I also don't want to commit too many troops here and just wind up having a situation that gets out of control. Also, we've got to make sure this guy doesn't learn infantry leader. How do I get armor leader on this guy? Armor ratio greater than 40%. I got 5 tank divisions. Like, I think I can assign them to this guy over here. And then just put them on a... They don't move. Or no, I need to give them to this guy. Do that, and then maybe... So this is 4 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably just do 20 times 0.4. It'd be like, what, 8? And I got 5, so I need to shift some more over. So 5 of 16, I think, should be pretty close. Memoirs of a Terrorist Part 2. Boris Viktorovich has spent the decade before the February Revolution in exile in Paris, writhing and seething. During this time, he met Dmitry Merezhkovsky and Zinaida Gippis, whose religious ideas would influence Savinkov further into apocalyptic terrorism. After Tsarism was toppled in Russia, he returned to Russia and, with his political connections, quickly rose in the War Ministry into General Kornilov's trust. This made him part of Kornilov's power grab, and subsequently Savinkov was expelled from the PSR, not that he had believed in their cause for years. He fled to the Don, where he was present at the foundation of the Volunteer Army. General Alexeyev sent him to Moscow to organize resistance. The first SCRS was founded there as a central organization for anti-Bolshevik terrorist activities. Those from this period would become the old core of the SCRS, men like Ditkov, Kleipkov, Gopur, and Venziagolsky. Uprisings were launched, but only one succeeded, the legendary Rybinsk Rebellion. The whites of northern Russia rallied behind the SCRS's success, and the Northern Volunteer Army was formed with Karl Gopur as its military leader and Boris Savinkov as its political head and overall commander of the Northern Oblast under Evgeny Miller. To avoid being crushed by superior Bolshevik numbers, the army, consisting largely of SR militias and volunteers, fled north, eventually linking up with the Entente troops from Arkhangelsk. For a year, they would fight in the spruce forests and swamps of the Russian north. Savinkov represented his army at the Second Ufa Conference and managed to even talk many of the SRs into supporting Kolchak temporarily, but he returned to the north already in November 1919. The situation there had grown dire after the collapse and the evacuation of the Entente forces, and under tremendous pressure from Tukhachevsky's northern front, the Northern Volunteer Army made the bitter decision to retreat, trekking through 500 kilometers of snowy forests under constant fighting with the Reds. After 4-hour-long grueling months of icy march and 2 bloody years since the Rybinsk Rebellion, they would unite with the rest of the whites in the Volga and be hailed as heroes. No, the Serbs weren't able to do it. Am I learning the Panzer leader? I'll need to move more infantry units over. I think that should do it. The Circle of St. George. Through the old Christmas purges of 1929 were directed chiefly at clandestine supporters of Savinkov and the radical left within the Russian army. The most vocal among the reactionary right weren't spared either. General Mikhail Dieterichs earned a reputation during the Russian Civil War not only as an able general but also as a diehard absolutist and a zealot against the godless revolution. When the time came to rid the Russian army of threats to the Republic, it came as little surprise that Dieterichs was drummed out. He took his forced retirement poorly. The years since have seen Dieterichs reinvent himself into a prolific author and darling among Russia's dissatisfied monarchists. The former general's books have not only rallied against Russia's atheistic democracy, but likewise condemned Savinkov as a vampiric puppet of the Poles and Freemasons. His cabal of supporters calls themselves Circle of St. George and have championed for the cause of the pretender Nikita Alexandrovich Romanov, considered to be the proper czar rather than the line of Kirill, who had once marched in 1917 with a red cockade. What has become readily apparent is that Dieterichs is hardly just leading a book club. It seems Circle has contact with many dissatisfied soldiers, chief among them the Cossack Ataman Grigory Simonov, who chose exile in Harbin in 1922 and is now essentially a mercenary warlord in cooperation with Zhang Zuolin. The Vazd is unavailable. Boris Savinkov has never been a man interested in administration and the finer points of statecraft. Now and then, this frustration, coupled with his volatile personality, has caused him to retreat to his own peace, more so in recent years. Again, he left without a word to anyone other than his close friends of the security service and went to his dacha in the Lagodan coast with his mistress, Ludmila Fedosevaya, and the Merezhkovsky couple. It is vaguely known that these retreats include drug-fueled spiritual contemplation and sex mixed with Dostoevsky and Silver Age symbolist poetry. In the meantime, the government is left in the hands of Alexander Dikogov, Durantal, and other SCRS leaders. Well, the cat's away, the mice will play. Wonderful. Do I have any air bases over here that could be helpful? Not really. Those guys over here too. They're kind of spilling out there. That's gonna be annoying to chase. Alexander Nevsky. Russian audiences were treated to a historic milestone with the long-awaited release of director Vsevolod Pudovkin's epic Alexander Nevsky. Widely rumored to be the most expensive film produced on Russian soil, Alexander Nevsky's scale can only be possible with the direct blessing and generous funding of the Russian government. The film follows the eponymous 13th century Prince of Novgorod, played by Nikolai Cherkasov, as he strives to repel an invasion by the Teutonic Order, with the city of Pskov having already fallen to the Teutonic Knights thanks to the betrayal of local collaborators. Prince Alexander rushes to rally the fractious Russian people against their common foe. The peasantry, Orthodox Church, and even elements of the Golden Horde gather under Prince Alexander's banner, helping him first defeat the pro-Teutonic party of boyars and merchants in Novgorod, before then delivering a crushing defeat on the knights themselves in the epic Battle of the Ice on Lake Peipus. To say that the film is unsubtle in its allegories is perhaps putting it too lightly. Nevertheless, the image of the Stahlhelm Teutonic Knights being driven from Russian lands has electrified domestic audiences. This is not to say the film lacks artistic merits. Sergei Prokofiev's stirring score has received widespread acclaim, as has Pudovkin's own distinctive cinematographic style. Though the sweeping shots of the battle on ice are most often plastered on posters, much of the film is an irrespective character study of Alexander Nevsky himself. His private hopes, doubts, and frequent soliloquies drive much of the plot. Well, good for him, I guess. Alright, so it looks like we're able to kind of contain them here a bit. Maybe. If those guys are being pushed, I'll throw them under the our one general here, so you can maybe farm some XP. Oh, what are you doing? Maybe I should give up some ground there if I close to my supply hub. Maybe something like this. Fucking true. Why are these guys shuffling? Super irritating. Alright, so we're learning Armor Leader now, so that's good. That is what we want our generals to be. Now I want to strangle out these guys here too now, I guess. And it looks fairly stable there. Tankograd. Tankograd. Maybe mixing some more civvies in there too. I'd like to get 3 lines. Like that for now. I'd like to push them back over here, and I also need to build that first. I think that gives me like pretty good coverage. Grim reports from the countryside. Russia's peasantry is the rock-solid foundation of the SERS and the Third Russia, and has arguably escaped much of the most repressive actions by the regime. However, reports of the Ministry of Finance are worrisome. The planners of the VES have calculated their land reforms have led to a decrease in overall agricultural productivity, something they already warned of earlier when the focus was mainly on giving peasants their own land plots and restoring villages, while often breaking apart highly efficient industrial farms. Even with the peasant loans and mechanization programs, it seems like the Russian agriculture has lost many of its most productive farms. Minister of Agriculture Agriev is optimistic and promises higher yields by 1941 once mechanization programs have advanced enough. He does admit that Minister Voznesky's worry is real and it's possible that the price of grain will increase temporarily in the coming years. Voznesensky suggests that we implement price caps to organize state corporations to buy and distribute food in a centralized manner, forcing peasants to organize sales through it. Agiev is worried about the backlash and is instead requesting more money for agrarian reforms, particularly in producing tractors and harvesters, which increase output faster but at a cost. Tractors for everyone. Be tractor man. That's going to hurt us in the PP, though. Tanks and tractors. All right, let's do the grand mechanization program. I guess war starts a bit later now, right? It's like I have a bit more. I have a bit more time before I think I need to start picking up some of these other things. I'm interested to see what the Svobodnik Death Battalion does. And get a recruitable population factor, 20% guy. I mean, that would be okay. Construction speed 10% would be really nice. Let's just go ahead and grab that. Oh, fuck off. I have 153. I can't grind the war? What a piss off. The solution to the question of terror. The Russian Air Force, or the VVFR, has generally focused on small bombers and the support of land operations, largely because of Kornilov's insistence. Young Air Force officer and theorist Vasily Kurpin has been particularly vocal supporter of change of direction. The Air Force should become an instrument of terror rather than a mere replacement for artillery. The topic has drawn the interest of the Vaz, who has often expressed the importance of Russian aviation and showcased it in the SERS propaganda. It said that his terrorist cell was already planning to utilize an aeroplane to assassinate the Tsar in 1907. With modern technology, air power has become the radical solution to the question of terror. Instead of bombing individuals, modern technology enables bombing entire nations into terror and submission. However, the Army's leadership is more skeptical. In particular, Pyotr Wrangel argues that the current doctrine of battlefield support is more effective use of Russia's limited bomber fleets. However, the terror lobby centered around Kurpin are pushing for their own military school and possibly in the future their own bombing force. Yeah, I think we're trying to reduce military anger. That seems like that's like I'm probably going to get cast rather than doing any strategic air distraction or whatever anyways. Establishment of the border zone. The border zone of the Russian state ZP was established based on the law of the state border passed by the today. The new border region, usually 7.5 kilometers deep, would be put under special surveillance. People who were not residents could not enter the border regions without explicit permission from the Ministry of Internal Affairs or the Ministry of War. The zone will also include the majority of the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea coastline. With these precautions, spying and sabotage by foreign nationals can be restricted greatly, and the border regions can be dedicated to defense purposes. Next step, removing suspicious residents. Yes. Well, if we're gonna be speed run, like maybe we just have to kind of like. Christ, these fucking pop-ups. IMZ, do we get another one over here? Resource, I think we can go another production cost negative. Where'd my gun go? Like, that's weird. Because you're supposed to upgrade that with your new new designer, right? Oh, whatever. Russian ship sunk off of Sakhalin. Japanese patrol boat opened fire and sunk the Russian weather ship Tsarnitsa off the coast of Sakhalin near Cape Surilan. The Japanese ambassador offered the Deeps to apologize from his government in Tokyo, and explained that the unfortunate incident had happened due to human error and misjudgment, leading the patrol boat's captain to believe Tsarnitsa to be involved in spying on Japanese coastal defenses. The captain has been punished in accordance with the Japanese naval regulations, and the Japanese government has promised to compensate for the loss. I won't think the Japanese are more professional than this. Silly Japanese. That's a nice grind. Maybe start working on some doctrines too over here. Hmm. I don't know. Like I think people tend to pick Grand Battle Plan uh, more often now because we want the planning bonuses for the max planning. I guess we could do that. I mean, the division speed and the Orglass on moving is kind of nice to have too for like the for Blitzkrieg style tactics. Hmm. Now let's go. Good GBP, I guess. Whatever. Try it out. I really don't like doing that because like you don't get the best benefits when you micro. We might be able to get some decent grind in. I mean, that is a decent number of days. Ethnicities of questionable political loyalties. As per the new border zone legislation, millions now live inside the restricted military zones of the Russian borders. Based on an additional executive order, people of questionable political loyalty will be removed from the border regions and resettled deeper into Russia, with priority given to the western border. Ingrained Finns have been among the first targeted due to their proximity to Petrograd and thus of the utmost national security importance. The Gastraza operations are also scheduled against Karelians, Chechens, Ingushians, and the Kuban Ukrainians living in the border region. Thousands of people have been moved to safer parts of their respective gubernais, or gubernais, I don't know, and employed in state service for an undetermined time. Better safe than sorry. My PP, good night, my PP. want that rail tile. I should have maybe made the flame tank variant of on the basic light tank. Do I have any light tanks in storage? I got lots of light tanks. Basic light tank chassis. We need more XP for that though. We can deal with that later. I already have like one type of flame tank. I don't really need to spend the XP to. It's maybe not the greatest idea to spend the XP on other stuff. Might be able to get like Mountaineer here for adaptable. Adaptable will be super awesome. Ooh, we get to meddle in Poland. Meddling in Poland. The Polish elections of 1938 are looking extremely tense. The Austrian-backed Liberal coalition, the Central is making an attempt to dethrone the supporters of King August IV. Roman Dmowski and the Polish nationalists are asking for our support towards their cause, which you can provide by funding the pro-Russian elements of the conservatives. Sure, whatever. Let's good night, my PP. We got labor conscription. What do we get here? Production efficiency base would be pretty good. Let's do that. We're starting to build military factories, so getting the increased production efficiency base would be helpful for our efforts, I think. Also make sure we don't like lose factories and then immediately lose our core kind of producibles. That would not be good. Well, Barcelona has fallen. That's unfortunate for the French, I guess. Oof, maybe we should have helped them. You over there. Got a grinding time. Attack, I guess we might as well grind some XP off of it, right? Maintenance Company 2. Maybe want to keep on going for that. We will need heavy MG, and I get a 100% research bonus for that. Does that bonus actually apply to planes? It does, yes. I want ducks. Right, we got that. Put that on our tank. Machine tool is probably like a little bit greedy. Improved radio. I guess we get that. Or the computing machine. Let's get that, and we can get to maybe the 1940 industry. I don't know, breakthroughs. Yeah, we don't have any more of this stuff yet. But you gotta be careful I don't learn Trickster either. It's this available special project. Ooh. Big artillery triplex. Military engineering vehicle. Sure. A little bit of Mountaineer. And maybe we'll assume you'd be on the other side of the river there. Our own capitalists. Thus far, the nationalization program has prioritized easy targets. Foreign owned industry, failed businesses bailed out by the state, some owned by people imprisoned or executed. The remaining heavy industry is owned by domestic millionaires who have not been willing to do much business with us. Vitorov's vast business empire, Lebedev's, Yaroslav Works, Count Yusupov's, Caspian oil fields, Noble's Industries, Pudilov's remaining businesses. There are still many privately owned businesses of national interest as they are classified. Inside the party, Boris Vyashastalov has been warning against too heavy-handed actions towards those who have earned their empire fairly. These economic moderates argue that it's not a threat to state planning, that some part of heavy industry remains in private hands, as these businessmen would also make political allies. However, the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Alexander Voznensky, is adamant. How can a national economy be planned if all its parts do not obey the brain? He and other experts from the VES wish to proceed with total nationalization either by compensating the businessmen or not. We'll do that. Yeah, I'm pretty close on Trickster. Gotta watch that. Nationalist government elected in Poland. Maybe we can be best friends. That's what we're gonna go after now. Desert Fox, I guess, and continues getting armor leader. We have 69 days. I need Karzam. Semirechi and Tashkent. Kind of running out of time. I can maybe try and take 2 of these out fast and grind somewhere else. I don't know. Um, maybe we just gotta go for it too. I don't want to. Did that. Russian cause. The extra. We don't want to do that. Get the extra recruitable population factor. Also, research slot would be kind of reasonable. I don't know if I'm really all that interested in power projection. These are some pretty good buffs to get over here, though. But I think we still have time to like come here and take them. Hmm. We'll do the Russian cause, get a recruitable population up. Training some units.
Выдвигаться.
95 on Desert Fox. Like, maybe we don't want to... What else do I need? I need Armor Leader. So I want to make him attack stuff. Okay, heck, I'll just walk into Vernie then. We don't learn Desert Fox yet.
Слушай. Я готов.
The Hongzhui.
Rise!
I'll make sure to delete this guy's orders too. The Hongzhui Adaman. Northern Fengtian has always been bandit country, home to the Hongzhui, who have been long preyed on Russian interests in Manchuria with the support of Zhang Zuolin. These men have also proved a fertile recruiting ground for all kinds of warlords and bandit kings, including Grigory Semenov's alarmingly growing mercenary army. It seems that Semenov has secured backing from both Zhang Zuolin and the Kwantung army and is becoming a mercenary leader in his own right. But to what end we do not know yet. It's possible that he seeks merely to profit from smuggling operations in Primorye and Amur, or possibly enter Japanese service in any wars in China. It is also possible that his ambition knows no bounds, and he is preparing to someday cross the border to Russia. I guess we don't have the PP to spend on that.
Так точно! Выходим! 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 Выходим!
The case of the Pokrovsk saboteurs. In a widely publicized series of trials in the Volga German capital of Pokrovsk, 29 people from Saratov gubernia were sentenced to death for spying and sabotage, and 73 were sentenced to hard labor in Siberia. Almost all of the defendants were of Volga German descent, and they included many educated teachers, lawyers, and engineers. They were guilty of maintaining contacts with the Abteilung 3B, the German Foreign Intelligence Service, and preparing to carry sabotage strikes against critical military and industrial infrastructure in Saratov. The defense argued that the evidence was flimsy, but ignoring it was not an option. It was the finest fabrication the Akhrana could make. Besides, what does it matter if the evidence was not real? It is obvious that the Volga German intelligentsia, educated and with success to various important Russian military faculties, would eventually turn on us. We simply needed to take precautionary measures before Abteilung 3B could recruit them. Among the defendants were multiple important officials from the Volga German Uzieds. These positions can now be filled with loyal Russian civil servants who will continue precautionary actions, starting with the purge of unreliable elements from local police forces, eventually bringing them under the full control of the party. With proper force, more thorough investigations can be launched to capture the remaining Abteilung 3B spies. Hard work will teach them loyalty. Yes. Where's my medium tank? Not do Tankograd? Oh, here, okay, yeah, here are details. I have to start. I have to research. I have to get that first, then do the research, I guess, for the MIO. It doesn't matter. The big gun. Our medium tank chassis there.
Готов выдвигаться! Вперед! Жду приказа! Выходим! Я готов! Готов! Внимание! Брось! Брось! Выходим!
If I finish up here, I can maybe finish off Desert Fox and back in the Second American Civil War.
Слушаю! Так точно!
More military factories, more mills. The Estrelevite faction. It's taken a long time for the Eurasianist ideas to flow from universities to common political discourse. Perhaps no one has done more footwork as a foot soldier of Eurasia than Nikolai Vasilievich Estrelov. He's the editor of the magazine New Epoch and the branch secretary of the Kaluga SCRS. Estrelov's fiery style and bold declarations have attracted many more adherents than the academic work of the fathers of the movement, such as Savinsky, Trubetskoy, and Antipov. The younger generation of Svobodniks have been especially interested in the ideas pushed by the New Epoch, fascinated with greater civilizational narrative behind Eurasianism, and a greater framework for national neurotism. Completely and utterly cutting ties with the degenerate West, both German and Latin, fits the overall narrative of the Voz well, even if he has never expressed support for Eurasianism officially. But Urostilov has developed some stranger arguments. In his recent article on the development of totalistic communism, he argues that the so-called Totalist Manifesto has a good argument, just like the Chekist reign of terror by the Bolsheviks did. While Urostilov disagrees with the materialistic nihilism of the socialists, he does argue that national totalism, or totalitarian nationalism, is the correct direction for the Third Russia. Istrilov's ideas are particularly widespread among the bright, university-educated generation of the SCRS, those who will become future bureaucrats and administrators. Naturally, they are also drawn to the ideas of expanding state control over national matters and will likely put many of these ideas into practice eventually. Like you get the manpower -1. That's funny. Yeah, socialism, not in my Russia.
Я готов! Выходим! 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 Мирно! Выходим! Зададим жару! Брось! Слушаю! Брось!
I don't know. I think I have enough XP. I can probably finish this off with volunteer grind to Huey or whoever. 2 ACW is still going. Well, it looks like Huey's pretty dead, so that's not the greatest. What about Big Mac? I mean, I could probably send volunteers to Big Mac's. Like, that's probably fine. I got some lines that are like pretty close to being full up on the production efficiency, so we'll get the tools.
Слушаю. Жду приказа. Жду приказа. Внимание. Готов выдвигаться. Выходим! Мирно! Готов! Смирно! Слушаю. Продолжаю атаку! Я готов! Брось! Готов выдвигаться! Готов выдвигаться! Вперед!
Knuckus.
Так точно! Готов выдвигаться! Готов выдвигаться! Внимание!
Okay, so I've restored order in Turkestan. If we do that, what do we get now? Got a boost for logistics. I mean, we probably want logistics eventually, so we can just go ahead and do that, I think. Need my PP, can't afford such things. So is it worth it for me to keep doing this? So I have desert, desert, desert. There's a plains tile over here. I could like maybe get the armor leader trait, which you got to be a little bit careful about. I would like to get one more terrain trait. I think we just end this and try and finish the grind in USA Volunteers. That land doctrine reduction cost. Training remodels to just use for XP grind. You want to burn equipment that we don't need to burn, so let's use rifles only. See if I can sprinkle in maybe a few more civvies. Enshrining family values in the law. The laws of the Russian Democratic Federative Republic were socially progressive, or one could say morally apathetic, better to fit the nightlife of Paris to the Russian village. Better fit to the nightlife of Paris than the Russian. What was that? Okay. So the Feds were a bunch of Parisian degenerates, I guess. They failed to criminalize a number of morally dubious practices like homosexuality, contraception, and easy divorces, and additionally weakened the family as a basic unit of society by instead focusing on individualism. The new laws come on the desk of Boris Savinkov that would rewrite these laws so they conform to the more moral and Christian values, banning degenerate behavior and putting the family in the place where it belongs, at the forefront of society. Additionally, they would include national or natalist practices such as progressively greater tax benefits to families with a large number of children. The law has been strongly lobbied for by the church, especially calling it a step back in the right direction.
Что приказано? Готов выдвигаться. Брось! Внимание! Брось! Что приказано?
Question of the Far East Military District. The Far Eastern Military District has quickly become a hotbed of problems. Combined threats of Grigory Simonov's bandit army, Manchuria, Japanese posturing, unrest among the Cossacks, and conspiratorial writings of Mikhail Dietrich's pose significant potential for blowing up catastrophically if we're not prepared. The current commander of the district, General Innokenty Simonovich Simulin, is quite popular Yakutian war hero who fought as a corps commander under Kolchak in the Civil War. However, he does have connections to Grigory Simonov and Mikhail Dietrich's, although there has been no sign of disloyalty. Still, our security forces have recommended that the president sack many of Simolin's subordinates of questionable political loyalty and replace them with someone with fewer connections to Simonov, even if he would be less liked by the locals. Piss off the army like a little bit, I guess. I guess let's just do that. I don't need the manpower back yet, so might as well just do these projects. Those aren't too bad. Take a look at these. Get 2 mills. So we'll click those to get some railroads or whatever. These Kivans like don't want to give up.
Готов выдвигаться. Готов!
Kill all of them, I guess. The White Youth, Belaya Molodze began as a small patriotic education organization in Petrograd in 1932 by former general and local SCRS politician Viktor Alexandrovich Larionov. Initially, it was outcompeted by Ivan Slenovich's Stabs captains, but ever since Slenovich's movement was banned, Larionov's Belamletzes have grown greatly. And branches have also been formed in Pskov, Novgorod, Moscow, and Kursk. Larionov, who has since been appointed as the Grand Commissariat equivalent of governor of Petrograd by the Vaz in 1935, has been lobbying for the expansion of his movement into an official national role within the SCRS. The Belamletzes train a new generation of Russian Knights of Terror. As their pamphlets explain, the new Russian warrior does not only fight with sword and fire, but he fights with an idea, incorruptible and undying. This pure idea of Russia is what gives soldiers hardiness, discipline, and revolutionary will to go to no ends in defense of his motherland. Question and reason are enemies of the pure idea, and Belmoltses are trained to be with no ambiguity, without vagueness in practice. Most of the education consists of shooting, boxing, sports, and military education designed to train perfect soldiers. Yes, let's do this. It's good buffs. It's worth. With 5%. Where is Kiva's victory points?
Готов выдвигаться.
Like,
Брось!
what do they actually have left?
Я готов!
New Cav. Let's try that. Get the Svobodnik Death Battalions, whatever that is. Yes, yes, medium tanks.
Готов?
It's not the biggest stockpile.
Готов?
Train these guys up too.
Готов выдвигаться. Готов выдвигаться.
I'm gonna be regular.
Готов выдвигаться. Жду приказа. Мирно!
Ah, shit. I learned tricks. How did? Fuck. Well, at least be able to get improv expert and some of these other things. I might miss out on adaptable though. That's brutal. I missed. I must have had them attacking down here. AUS has capitulated. That's kind of a mistake.
Готов? Слушай! Брось!
All right, yeah, we've annexed our. Well, yeah, we've annexed them. you guys, I don't know, just
Выходим!
go hang out in Moscow or whatever. Kingdom of Spain joins the Entente. Interesting. Yes. Now we gotta send.
Готов выдвигаться. Смирно! Готов!
These are volunteers.
Готов двигаться.
You guys can stop training.
Я готов! Слушаю. Что приказы?
Probably don't need fuel really all that much. Improved radio, I guess we could get that. Probably not gonna need that stuff. I mean, this would be nice to get down to 1941, but I don't really have the research bonuses for it. We can go get engineers too, I guess. Or no, that's a mistake. I need to get the heavy machine guns. Ducks. Get the heavy machine guns for fighter plane that we're going to be getting, and I'll probably also need plane engines as well too. Jeez, look at all the icons for this guy. The myth of October. After the Civil War, Russia had to come to terms with the bloody events. What could ever explain the levels of atrocities we committed against each other? Unsurprisingly, the Bolsheviks became vilified, and suddenly even the most of the socialists were competing over who had opposed the Bolsheviks first, an attempt to prove they were on the right side of history. Those preaching for the leniency and national healing, like Vasily Makalov and Viktor Chernov, were left minority in the early 1920s. And the vindictive purge of anything communist left a dark stain on the Russian Republic's claim of legality and liberty. After many high-level communists, such as Alexei Rykov, had served their sentences going into the 1930s, they joined with the Radical Democratic Party. Despite President Makalov's attempts to de-escalate the situation, the gulf between left and right wing kept widening. SCRS combat squads assassinated communists in broad daylight, while underground socialist radicals tried to fight back. It was against the backdrop of this violence that the ascension of the SCRS would happen, culminating in Savinkov coming to power in 1934. History textbooks were amended to reflect white history, that the Bolshevik uprising was not just an ordinary uprising. It was an international conspiracy, one which sought to destroy Holy Russia and make sure it never rises again. Responsible for funding the Bolshevik Party and supplying their uprisings across Central Russia, and were it not stopped by force of arms, it would have left Russia broken, destroyed, and shattered. These textbooks make sure to note the fact that Vladimir Lenin had been sent to Petrograd by the Germans, and that many of the leading members of the Bolshevik Party were not Russian, but Caucasians, Balts, Poles, and especially Jews. On and on the cycle of hatred goes.
Брось! Внимание! Так точно! Слушаю. Готов выдвигаться.
So, ideally, we get maybe some forest XP.
Выполнил.
Send him over there. I get 4 mil, or I convert 3 civs to mils.
Готов. Смирно. Внимание. Зададим жару.
Svobodnik Death Battalion. Is that like the Italian ones? Gives you HP? Yeah, it gives you HP plus 40. Pretty good.
Давай, давай.
National populism, new Russian culture. I want to do that stuff. Research slot. Seems like that might be a good idea. We get the land research doctrine reduction, maybe.
Зададим жару. Выполнил.
Death of Kirill. The pretender to the throne, Kirill Romanov's health deteriorated drastically this year due to his arteriosclerosis, a consequence of wounds he received in the Battle of Port Arthur in 1904. Days ago, he suffered the worst heart attack of his life to date and was hurried into the Burdenko Main Military Clinic Hospital. He did not recover and died today. A great many people are gathered in churches to mourn Kirill. He is irrelevant. Get the armored support vehicle. Like, what's the difference between like regular engineers and the armored support engineers? That's gonna be like a new tech that I wasn't really familiar with. It seems pretty good. So we have that versus. Maybe we should go for that. Armor. It means I have to build the armored support vehicle, right? I don't know what would be appropriate. Maybe start with 3 factories. See where that gets us. Ranger is going to be maybe a bit slow. Should I perhaps go and just like finish off Desert and just try and finish off the traits that I can get? Or should I continue trying to go for Ranger? Just going to be greedy. There's not all that many forest tiles left, I don't think, that are going to be in play. The rise of the Svobodniks. Though the term has been used as a blanket and originally derogatory label for any supporter of the SCRS, a true Svobodnik has always been a cut above the average party member. The term, loosely translated as freemen, first came about during Savinkov's 1918 uprising against the Bolsheviks in Central Russia, with Svobodnik referring to the partisans of the SCRS directly under Savinkov's command. With the civil war's end and the original SCRS dissolution, the Svobodniks would reemerge in 1924 as a paramilitary wing of the SCRS political party. The Svobodniks would lead a tumultuous existence for the following decade, brawling with socialists and liberals in the streets, while the most fanatical members joined the outright illegal combat squad terror cells. Even amidst the bloodshed, however, the Svobodniks also ran soup kitchens for the poor and provided free labor for struggling peasants, which did much to engender the goodwill for a band of men who would otherwise just be considered thugs. The SCRS's rise to the halls of government has, however, left Svobodniks searching for a new purpose. Boasting more members than ever, it would be silly to leave them guarding party meetings. Lesser paramilitaries such as the SOR's Russian Legion of Archangel Michael have already been merged with the Svobodniks, which has made the organization essentially a sole private army for the party. Proposals within the party have thus coalesced around two plans. The first aims to unite several branches of the MVD's police forces under the Svobodniks, creating a federal national guard that would maintain domestic order and good governments. The other plan would instead incorporate the Svobodniks into the military under the direct command of commissars, creating an armed force capable of acting both as a military police and ideological backstop. In either case, the Svobodniks would blossom into a pillar of party power. So I can choose military or popular anger. Let's reduce the military anger, I guess. I could probably don't need to build light tanks anymore. I'm just going to flip these over to medium tank.
Что приказано?
Phoenix is probably a supply hub, I would think.
Так точно. Выходим! Зададим жару! Стоп! Выходим! Продолжаем атаку! Идем!
Svobodnik madrasas. The North Caucasus is a land steeped in faith. Muslims are undoubtedly most prominent, with a crescent stretching from Adig in the west to Lezgins in the east, all professing Sunni Islam. Many Christians likewise called the mountains home, notably the Ossetians, Cossacks, and more recent settlers from the rest of Russia. Both Muslim and Christian mountaineers share deeply rooted pagan traditions, whose ancient customary laws often mingle with those of their outward faith. With modern party politics having little presence outside the intelligentsia in a handful of cities, it is the bonds of family, clan, and religion which both bring together and divide the region's inhabitants. Though popular lore credits the Sufi orders for leading the resistance against Russia for centuries, the reality is more fluid. The Naqshbandi order, once led by Imam Shamil himself, has splintered several times already. Most recently, the split between the late Nazmuddin Gutinsky and his mentor Uzun Kadzi has seen the more pragmatic landowning Naqshbandiya remain loyal to Russia, while their poorer, more radical counterparts have risen in rebellion. The Qadiri order, led by the cinematic Ali Mateyev, have already been battling the government in Chechnya and Ingushetia for more than a decade. Given the enormous influence that Muslim clergy wield in the region, the Russian government's faltering influence among the ranks is a serious danger. Islamic schools, the madrasas, number in their thousands, and many are run by openly anti-Russian clerics. Recently, a plan has been forwarded by the SCRS party cadre in Dagestan suggesting a blitz not only arrests the most blatantly seditious clergy, but also greatly increase funding and security for loyal madrasas. The Khalidia Mohammedia order, highly influential among the Comics, has backed the proposal enthusiastically, and many Muslim SCRS members have likewise voiced their approval. Yes, let's do it.
Жду приказа. Выходим.
What's my maintenance like on my variant here? Reliability 60 point. Like maybe we should just throw maintenance companies in there.
Так точно. Выходим. Я готов. Слушай. Смирно. Выходим.
Be able to get Desert Fox here, right?
Смирно.
Yeah, armor leader.
Внимание. Стройсь. Стройсь.
Alright, get improv expert.
Так точно. Выходим. Выходим. Слушаю. Так точно. Выходим.
So just make sure maybe the syndicates don't win here.
Готов.
Evan Markov. I guess he's there. Few roadworks. I've still got like 2 years before the war there. Maybe get the oil. I thought I had more oil than that. Maybe I should be researching oil focuses. Jeez. That'd be pretty good national spirit to get. Here we go. Do I have to research engines separately now, right? Get the range improvements. Free divisions. Hmm. Hmm. And we get a bunch of free divisions there, so I mean, we can try that. Build more military factories.
Что приказано? Выходим! Так точно.
Burzenzi Revolution, okay. Build more medium tanks. I should probably also convert this over to like improved arty.
Внимание! Выходим!
Gonna go down here.
Готов? Брось! Смирно! Готов!
Making lots of PP. Maybe we should just get these in infrastructures, and it might help with our supplies. Church of the Third Testament. Perhaps the strangest new religious trend of Russia is that of the Church of the Holy Spirit. It was founded by the tri-brotherhood of the famous poet, novelist, and thinker Dmitry Merezovsky. His wife is Zinalda Gippus, and their friend Dmitry Filosov. The trio travels around Russia, drawing great flocks of listeners who wish to hear Merezovsky's great oratory. They preach for spiritual renewal of Christianity, one unshackled by the conservatism of the Orthodox Church. They stress a personal mystical oneness of the Holy Spirit herself, who will bring upon the Third Testament that will give the final spiritual truth to people. Merezovsky's courage enjoys generous support from the SCRS, and the prophet of New Russia himself is one of the VOD's closest confidants and mentors. One can see Merezovsky's cultural footprint in many places, in neo-symbolic poetry and prose encouraged by the state, apocalyptic propaganda about Russia's great fate, and the Church's belief that Russian intelligentsia, personified in Savinkov, compose the living spirit of Russia, which will oppose the reign of the men-beasts of socialism, seeking to destroy civilization in the entire world. Still, he is a divisive figure even among supporters of Savinkov's regime. To his followers, he is a modern apostle and artist of the 20th century. To his enemies, he's a heretic and a cult leader in the service of an oppressive regime. Many rumors are especially focused on claimed esoteric, erotic rituals happening in the masses of the inner circle of the movement. Regardless, the Church of the Holy Spirit is the fastest growing new religious movement in Russia, having established churches in all major cities of the country. While successes among the peasantry have been meager, Merezovsky has attracted much of the intelligentsia and middle class into his movement, which is often praised as modernist. The symbolist Christianity of the future, free from the monarchical and medieval baggage of the Orthodox Church proper. In the end, all mankind will be united in flesh and spirit.
Готов выдвигаться. Слушаю. Так точно. Смирно! Выходим! Выходим! Я готов! Выходим! Мирно! Жду приказа. Готов. Так точно. Слушаю. Выходим! Слушаю. Так точно. Брось.
Concentrate industry tech. Conversion might be useful. Next rifle.
Готов выдвигаться. Брось. Слушаю. Жду приказа. Внимание. Я готов. Слушаю. Жду приказа. Вперед! Жду приказа. Слушаю.
Jeez, pop-ups. A departure for Brethren Arms. On 3rd January 1939 at 1:05 a.m., the chairman of the National Committee of Poland, Roman Dmowski, has passed away at 75 years old in Moscow. Father of national democracy, Roman Dmowski, was given a state funeral, attended by the Voz himself, and a eulogy given by the party secretary, Karol Wedzjagolski. He reminisced about how both he and Savinkov had experienced their political awakening in Warsaw, and how they had always respected the principles of the National Democrats greatly. Węgrzegolski finished off with a promise that they will finish what Dmowski had started and liberate Poland, their brotherly nation, from the fangs of the Teutonic Eagle. Neither Russia nor Poland are lost yet. End of the eulogy turned propaganda event. Dmowski was buried in the Nowodewiczy Cemetery, his coffin draped with a Polish flag. His body was hardly cold before the National Committee erupted into a civil war regarding Dmowski's successor, a fight where Adam Dobozminski emerged as victorious. Father died, will his children manage without him? Fine Stour, The Childish Fantasy, okay. Natty Focus. Memoirs of a Terrorist, Part 3. Black Sheep of the Socialist Revolutionaries, hero of the North's auteur terrorist Boris Viktorovich Savinkov has become a legend. Again, a member of the reunified SR party, he gathered the right SRs around him, who had found the second SCRS in 1924, making the former center SRs under Chernov the new right SRs. Savinkov never accepted the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and gathered disgruntled veterans, radical intelligentsia, and discontented peasantry around his banner, speaking of a people's Russia and of the great destiny awaiting Russia. The message was simple. First, Russia had been stabbed in the back in the Great War, and after so much blood, toil, and tears from Russian peasants merely fighting for their basic freedoms, even that victory was mutilated by politicians who were readily selling the country to Germans, socialists, liberals, and Jews. Only knights of terror, men who acted, could save the Republic, just as they had saved Russia as a whole, and from these ideas, the idea of national neurotism was formulated, largely by Savinkov himself. This message found the fertile ground in Russia, beaten by economic hardships and political instability. The SCRS's electoral successes would be meager until 1928, but much of the disappointment over the disastrous Fengtian War would be channeled towards the SCRS, who accused the weak liberal government of actioning on economic interests, humiliating the Russian nation once again. With increasing popular support, the SCRS's Svobodnik combat squads would greatly increase their activity, in particular focusing their efforts on the socialists who have escaped justice and German collaborators. The violence would escalate, and though it was officially not sanctioned by the SCRS party, its conclusion was that the Tambov rebellion, as peasants of the region would rise up against landowners, directed by SCRS agitators, and as it would be crushed, another batch of martyr blood was spilled for the Third Russia. Finally, in 1934 elections, the SCRS won a majority in the Duma, propelling Savinkov into the presidency. He had the will to power. Get our high-speed airframe. Might want that eventually. Took Atlanta back. Do the more road works, I guess. Some more infrastructure. Voskod projects complete. Today, Moscow is in celebration. Though there have been many attempts to bring Russia into the modern area, none could claim success until today. The VES has declared the Voskod program an undeniable success, citing the rapid advances made in industrial capacity, economic growth, and modernization of the countryside. Then too, yeah. A fireworks show took place on Red Square to celebrate the triumph along with a short military parade. Tanks produced in Vokshad built factories featuring among them. At the end, the leader himself gave a speech over the radio, thanking the people for their efforts and stressing the need for economic self-sufficiency. In throwing off the German yoke and bringing about a government which is the truest expression of popular will, the president declared, Russia has at long last been able to enter a new age of development. Despite the many criticisms endured because of the program, it seems that its completion has also been a major propaganda coup for Savikov's rule. The Republic and Empire failed. The strong visionary leadership of the SCRS was ultimately required to rejuvenate the country, and so the party's supporters claim. Our efforts have not gone unnoticed by the German sphere either, though the goal of the program was economic competition with Middle Europa, with the world seemingly stumbling from one crisis to another. It may not be long before competition between the two giants of the East finally spreads to the battlefield. Difficult process, but necessary one. So we get some reduced anger, that's nice. I need to go to air. They have armor plates already. I'm still researching the 33 days for that improvement. So I suppose you might as well just leave it for now. Better tools, construction tech. Canada's decided to intervene. Red fueled. Fuck. Pay more attention to that. Formation of the nomenclature. The table of ranks, one of the most important social elevators in the Russian Empire, did not die with the empire. The mechanism that allowed commoners to become nobles for their service and merit through advancement through the government or military career ladder was one of the most progressive institutions in Russia at the time. This allowed people like Lenin, Kornilov, Guchkov, or Denikin to become nobles as a result of their ancestor service. Restored in the new iteration after the February Revolution in the Russian Republic, the new table of government ranks served not as an instrument for ennoblement, but for interdepartmental relations and fair payment and pensions for the government officials. As the last Congress of the SCRS, Zavazd himself took the podium and put forward the principle of selecting governmental personnel according to their qualities, condemning nepotism in the actions of local bureaucrats who dragged along their friends and cronies, placing them in key positions in the Republican state apparatus, creating a group of people personally devoted to them. After stormy applause in the hall, Savinkov continued, "It's not a good day to select people like that. Or it's not good to select people like that. This method of selection is anti-popular, I'd say anti-party." As a solution to the problem, a new reform was proposed, the abandonment of the table of governmental ranks and its replacement with a nomenclature list of state officials. The new project will require all local party offices to compile lists of people who can be trusted to serve in government agencies and will oblige only such people to be appointed in important positions. Of course, the alternative route of appointment will be allowed, which will require fair and democratic elections and as such ensure the popular support of the candidate. This reform will prevent the formation of anti-popular cliques in local administrations and will allow the party to move the country forward in accordance with the vision of a better Russia. Stability is paramount.
Идем, идем! Строй! Так точно! Готов?
Oh geez, so this is looking bad.
Я готов!
Not a good day to be Big Mac, I guess. How are we encircled?
Что приказано? Смирно!
Attack on the synagogue of Vladivostok. The worst attack on the Russian Jewish community has happened in Vladivostok today, as a local chapter of the Svobodniks lit the Vladivostok synagogue on fire and at the same time coordinated assaults on multiple Jewish-owned businesses. The attack was led by Konstantin Rodizevsky, a regional Svobodnik leader and SCRS fanatic, who had vowed to purify the aimer of Zionist terrorists as an example of the rest of Russia. The single night saw the oldest synagogue in the Russian Far East burned down and a sizable part of Vladivostok's power over 1,000 Jewish people harassed and intimidated. The governor of Amur, Spiridon Merkulov, promised to investigate any serious crimes, but it was clear that even if arrests are made, the Svobodniks will not be seriously punished. It is likely that actions such as Rodzevsky's only increase attacks on Russian Jewish communities, be it in the form of violent attacks or witch hunts throughout the communist hunting courts.
Внимание! Готов выдвигаться! Готов! Что приказано? Смирно! Внимание!
That would be nice to get Swamp Fox. I don't think it's going to be in the cards here.
Я готов!
Not focuses. What should I do now? We'll do that. I'll try and end the agreement or whatever. I'm still kind of getting the construction boost off it. Day of the Ice March. There are 2 commemorative days for the Civil War. The 31st of August, celebrating the liberation of Moscow. And the 22nd of February, remembering the start of the Kuban Ice March. The Day of Liberation is a happy celebration with upbeat military marching songs and grand displays of strength through Moscow. But the Day of the Ice March is more melancholic, remembering sacrifice and hope. In the frosty February cold, a commemorative march is organized from Rostov to Novosibirsk, including the legendary colored regiments, the black and red Kornilovites, Drazovites in their crimson caps, black-strapped original march were black-strapped Markovites and the Alexivites in the white and blue. Those took part in the original march are the guests of honor both in Rostov and Novosibirsk. Some crowds are following the march, though it is not a jubilee but a solemn occasion. The official history of the Ice March, written by General Denikin, is often quoted on this day. As long as there is life, as long as there is strength, not everything is lost. Russia will see a light flickering faintly. She will hear a voice calling for the fight, those who have not yet woken up. This was the whole deep meaning of the first Kuban campaign. There was no point in approaching it with the cold argumentation of politics and strategy, as is a phenomenon in which everything is in the realm of the spiritual and the feat of being accomplished. The volunteer army walked across the free steppes of Don and Kuban, small in number, tattered, hunted, surrounded, as a symbol of the persecuted Russia and Russian statehood. The entire there was only one place left where the tricolor national flag openly fluttered, and this was Kornilov's headquarters. He went from the dark night of spiritual slavery to unknown wandering in search of hope. Improved radio here. the range upgrades. Get some planes up. I'm running out of tungsten. That's fine. I only have a deficit of 1. I can't really afford more factories on that tank. Yes. This guy, heavy tank design, light tank design. Well, that would have been. Probably should have gotten that maybe a bit earlier. We'll get him now, anyways.
Готов выдвигаться. Слушаю. Готов выдвигаться. Выходим.
Nice, getting some quarters.
Выходим. Что приказ? Готов выдвигаться. Готов выдвигаться. Так точно. Внимание. Жду приказа. Я готов. Строй. Давай, давай. Выходим.
What are you guys doing?
Выходим. Смирно.
Like Mexico joined the war, I guess.
Строй.
Fair enough. Should probably maybe add logistics.
Слушай. Внимание. Я готов. Так точно. Так точно. выдвигаться.
I need to babysit St. Louis.
Смирно! Внимание! Выходим! Что приказано? Брось! Смирно! Я готов! Смирно! Выходим! Зададим жару! Готов выдвигаться! Давай, давай! Готов! Выходим! 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 Слушаю! Давай, давай! Слушаю! Выходим! Внимание! Готов выдвигаться. Смирно! Вперед! Выходим! Давай, давай!
On the nature of the Kurt von Schleicher regime. Funded by the 5th Department of the General Chief of Staff of the War Ministry, written by General Pyotr Glazenap, a new report has been released. It's aimed to educate the Duma on the long-term goals and plans of the Kurt von Schleicher Chancellorship and make recommendations based on those findings. Even for the hated Germans, the intelligence of the Schleicher regime paints a potentially grim and shocking future. One key aim is well known by both Germany and Russia, the creation of a Wehrstaat, or military state that will adequately prepare the Heer for war. This to be carried out at the latest by 1941, when it is expected that the Germans will be able to significantly outnumber and outproduce their enemies on the European continent. More worryingly are their eastern plans. One top secret goal of theirs is the aim to subjugate their eastern client states further and expand the Wehrstaat. This will be done with no regard to the civilian population in those states. Furthermore, assuming any form of non-compliance from Ukraine, Belarus, and Poland in particular, the overthrow of the governments is to be assured, and a German commissarial regime will be heavily considered. If there's any pacifist sentiment in Russia, a political scene left, the publishing of these findings has thoroughly destroyed it. Russia's mission is now clear: to save Eastern Europe from the German militarization and colonization, and to change the Heer's arrogance and disdain for peace. What better evidence is there that Prussian militarism is the scorn of the world?
Давай, давай! Слушаю! Выходим! Смирно! Готов подвигаться. Внимание!
History of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Are they allowed to have that? The now infamous anti-Semitic fabrication first surfaced in Russia in 1903 and soon became widely circulated as justification for pogroms. The protocols claim a Jewish global conspiracy, infiltration by Jews into Christian societies. They're conspiring with Freemasons. They're planning to take control of the world economy. This conspiracy was quickly used to explain all the woes of the Russian Empire, the Russo-Japanese War, and the revolutions of 1905, 1917, and 1918. Before I forget, I should probably send attaché. Big Mac. The now infamous anti-Semitic fabricator, the tax raised controversy in 1903, and the critics of its authenticity have pointed to the vagueness and lack of sources given in the protocols. Eventually, Pyotr Stolypin's government banned circulation of the text as a fabrication, saying that a good cause cannot be defended by false means. This did little, and the protocols were spread during the Civil War as part of the white movement's propaganda against the Bolsheviks, and eventually spread to other parts of Europe too. By the 1930s, it had been generally accepted that the protocols are a fabricated text, but they are still used by anti-Semites, often arguing that while the historical facts of the protocols may be unproven, it does not make the math argument false. And in fact, the October coup even proved the conspiracy. It seems that the lies are terribly difficult to eradicate. Blame freedom of the press and conscience. The old friend, the old enemy. The taxation of sales of vodka has remained one of the major sources of state income for Russia ever since the days of Tsar Ivan I. The system has gone through a number of changes, from state monopoly to private alcohol licenses. It is a latter system that was adopted in the 1920s as part of the liberalization of the economy. Any sale of hard alcohol requires an annually renewed license with its price based on the scope of sales. The intent of the law is to both regulate alcohol markets and raise state revenue from it. The temperance movement has kept calling for reduced licenses and generally limiting the sale of alcohol. While the procedures generally prefer laxer regulations and easier licenses, opponents of the devil's drink do make good points. Alcohol is proven to increase crime and drive the poorest Russians into poverty, but its effect on the economy is also great. Many peasants gain extra revenue through vodka sales, and if the supply of vodka is reduced, it will only create a new black market. Besides, the more vodka is sold, the more the state gains revenue. Some have proposed to support beer breweries over vodka, as it is seen as a milder and less harmful drink. Sure, let's have, gotta have vodka, right?
Слушай. Я готов. Что прикажешь? Продолжаем. Выйди с ними! Идем!
Russian government freezes the Vilnius Accord. The short period of the post-Russian Civil War recovery was cut short by the global economic depression of 1925, and the only place we could go for credit was the old enemy in Berlin. In 1926, a Faustian bargain was struck with Germany in the shape of the German-Russian Trade and Credit Agreement. The price, golden shackles by Rheinmetall. The Russian economy grew, yes, but it grew unfairly, unequally, and ultimately turned both left and right against liberal idealism of the Republic. On the 11th of April 1936, the treaty would have needed to be renewed again for it to remain in power. It was not. While Germany had been offering to renew it, fearful of massive economic economic disruption, we remained steadfast. The Russian interest rate has soared overnight, but we have also been able to trigger tariffs and additional taxes against businesses from Middle Europa, and have gained a legal basis to start demolishing the German economic shackles around Russia. The first step towards liberty. quantification problem of the VES. After the initial years of success, the management ability of the Supreme Economic Council VES has declined. Most of the state-controlled industries have reported stalled growth, and some have failed their goals almost entirely. Boris Nikolaevich Moisenko, the control minister tasked with the supervision of government bodies and a spineless bootlicker of the VOSD, has brought up numerous complaints claiming that the VES is wasting resources and consistently failing to produce results. In their defense, Minister of Industry and Trade Alexander Voznetsky and the chairman of the Information Committee of the VES, Leonid Kantorovich, have requested more personnel from the lower levels of the state company's bureaucracy. They point out to constant underfunding of the VES as the reason why they have been unable to gather enough correct information. Sectors with an extensive pre-existing bureaucracy, such as military industry, have seen high growth, but the only problematic sectors are those that have been nationalized only recently. So we can choose to get some production efficiency growth back at the cost of reduction efficiency base. I mean, that kind of sucks. I guess we just do that. A little Franco-Russian treaty, maybe. Oh, that started looking like really bad all of a sudden there. Where's our supply hubs that we can play from? Might need more of the armored support vehicles. We got the engineers. Hmm. Get that.
Слушаю. Готов. Выходим. Готов. Смирно.
That. The American Ice March, I guess. Get some more Army XP.
Смирно. Готов. Продолжаем атаку. Смирно. Стройся.
Now that I think about it, I should maybe also get some fuel reserve capacity. We don't have that much oils. Compared to like base game Russia. We don't have like Baku anymore, right? We only have 33 oil. Let's maybe do that. Get some more oil. Sure, we'll do some of that.
Готовы выдвигаться. Слушай. Внимание. Мирно. Идем! Идем! Внимание. Идем! Идем! Пошли! Пошли! Идем! Идем! Выходим!
Mongolia wishes to reestablish relations.
Давай! Давай! Вперед!
Russia and Mongolia have not been the best of terms in recent times. Regardless, Mongolians have sent a diplomatic mission their way to renegotiate better relations. This could be an opportunity to retain our foothold in China, and even if the new government likely won't be subservient to our intentions. Sure, whatever.
Выйди с ними! Я готов!
So probably be going for like well-planned attack, I guess. It's around grand battle plan. Coming revolution. Ever since his religious awakening before the Great War, Boris Savinkov believed that fate has driven him towards a divine purpose. From a lowly terrorist to the man sitting at the absolute top of the Kremlin, he has only been strengthened in this view, and events outside of Russia have taken no less of a role. At first, it was the victory of materialist communism in Western Europe, which arose in contrast to the materialist capitalist Germany. Now all evidence has pointed to the total and utter transformation of the German state under the Schleicher regime, which seeks to completely destroy the human spirit and replace it with machine. Was it not fate that Savinkov's rise to prominence had happened around the same time that the Third Russia rose to challenge the decay of the modern world? Russia must save itself, yes, but its mission is greater, to save the world. The coming war will not be about imperialism or conquest, but about freeing mankind's soul from enslavement. To that ultimate end, any means are acceptable. From when the Third Russia rises above all others and guides Europe from Moscow to Paris, will the world be bathed in spiritual revolution. The last war is coming, a war to end the root of all evil. Why GBP? I don't know. I'm gonna try it out. I don't normally pick it, but I guess that's like supposedly the new meta.
Выходим! Жду приказа. Слушай! Брось! Пошли! Пошли! Смирно!
Like, we almost had that pocket there. I don't know. The AI is like being a little bit frustrating here. Well, maybe we can still do it.
Задать удар! Так точно! Жду приказа!
Yeah, I still need St. Louis though. Don't need that tile. And get 2 more.
Вперед!
Let's get those free tank divisions, I guess.
Брось! Смирно! Так точно! Жду приказа! Внимание! Жду приказа! Так точно! Слушай! Слушай!
Yeah, I don't know. Like, the problem with, like, so GBP gives you massive benefits when you have your planning.
Готов выдвигать.
And also, as Russia, we have the well-planned attack army spirit to get the tactic.
Внимание! Готов! Внимание! Продолжаем атаку! Выходим!
Like, I'm not really getting much benefit from my doctrinal choice right now.
Продолжаем атаку!
We got that. Maybe should have went for dispersed.
Смирно!
That's a nice pocket for us here.
Идем, идем! Продолжаем атаку! Идем, идем!
Germans demand compensation. German Foreign Office and representatives of German business interests were outraged at a blatant breach of international laws of trade, but ultimately understood that Germany has only a limited amount of means to counter us. They adopted a more pragmatic, perhaps more profit-seeking stance of negotiation. The Russian government is willing to compensate for unjustly caused economic damages. Germany will also maintain a gentlemanly attitude and refrain from economic sanctions, which only hurt both sides. Let's do it. I don't know what those economic sanctions are. I'm not really too keen to find out.
Выходим!
Why is everybody always trying to put sanctions on Russia, you know?
Вперед! Выходим! Что приказано? Смирно! Внимание!
Sure.
Внимание! Выходим! Вперед! Выходим! Что приказано?
That's not good. Gonna lose our boy Manuel Carles. Let's influence Poland.
Внимание!
Maybe also start getting their troops on the border and stuff.
Так точно! Строить! Что приказано? Готов выдвигаться! Внимание! Внимание! Готов!
don't know if it's really safe to like abandon the stuff in the east here, like Feng Tian and these other guys. Maybe I just want to put these guys in like a different theater. So we got like some stuff over here at least.
Что приказано? Так точно. Готов выдвигаться. Мирно. Готов выдвигаться.
Okay, we'll send these guys over here. Hold the river. From some zero, I don't know who that is. Is that like another? Is that like a new Hearts of Iron 4 YouTuber?
Готов выдвигаться.
I don't know. I seen on Reddit a lot of people are liking GBP. I'm not sure if there's been any specific nerfs or not. GBP is quite good, but the problem is you have to wait for your planning bonus to get the benefit out of it. Whereas with superior firepower and what is it, the mobile warfare, you're not really looking for that. But I guess you have so much command power now that's a lot easier to just staff office command to get your planning bonus up quickly. So I think maybe that's why it's more popular.
Готов выдвигаться.
Than it was like in the past. We got Russia's massive front line. You also don't want to forget about this over here.
Внимание.
Maybe I'll get some of these guys here. No, they're all over on the other place. So
Я готов. Я готов.
don't want to forget they have that thing in Sevastopol that's crossing here. So I'll put you guys there and
Мирно.
maybe like my garrison theater.
Внимание. Что приказано? Выходим. Что приказано? Внимание.
Oh, Denver. That's bullshit.
Готов. Что приказано? Готов. Ройс. Смирно. Я готов. Так точно. Я готов. Ройс. Ройс. Готов. Ройс. Мирно. Занимаю укрытие. Готов выдвигаться. Эти силы! Выходим! Давай, давай!
The Canadians have Minneapolis. That's interesting.
Эти силы. Готов выдвигаться. Внимание! Слушаю. Слушаю.
The playing mode is just so slow.
Не стоит! Вперед! Продолжаем атаку! Так точно! Выходим! Выходим! Брось!
Exercises of the Kursk Military District. The Army High Command has proposed arranging a massive military exercise in Kursk in the coming months. The purpose of the maneuvers would be to test the Russian Army's capacity to wage a combined arms offensive utilizing the most modern weapon systems on a scale larger than previous exercises have been able to do so. While the military side is obviously left to the generals who can propose changes to their plans. The current draft, largely written by General Field Marshal Markov's staff, is relatively conservative in size, but if we wish to make a great impression on foreign powers, we could easily double the amount of armor and planes. Should we wish to avoid further escalation of tensions with Germany, we could tone the exercise down and further keep it away from the Ukrainian border, though the military would not look like cutting costs this way. Time to send a message of Russian strength. Looks pretty good, Iron Deception. Let's get our tanks buff.
Я готов!
Like, we might have a front up here too. Maybe we'll give them one tick. The question of foreign observers. Traditionally, foreign observers are invited to observe large military exercises as both a means to show off for military prowess and to involve our allies, allowing them to potentially learn military lessons. The military wishes to keep the maneuvers without too much in the way of foreign observation and is mostly willing to allow minor allies to take part. However, it has been suggested by the Foreign Ministry to invite a delegate from France or Britain. After all, we do share a common enemy. We could also invite their exiled counterparts as less harmful observers who would still relay the message of Russian greatness to the world stage. Let's keep it small. Let's get our anger under control. Germany is So that kind of canceled their popular anger there. Massive Russian military exercise at Kursk. The exercise of the Kursk military district was first and foremost about sending a message. The scale was tremendous. Over 65,000 men, 1,000 tanks, 500 planes, 300 heavy guns. Truly megalomaniac military exercises could simulate a relatively large section of the front line near the Ukrainian border in potential future war. The 2nd Mechanized Corps under General Boris Shaftin showed great cooperation between the armor, infantry, artillery, and air force as they smashed through General Pavel Shatilov's infantry front, repelled by the counterattack of General Lieutenant Alexander Vasilevsky's armor, and continued to exploit the breakthrough in depth. While the scale and skill of the central units was impressive to observers, they also noticed how the vast scale and hasty preparation of some sections of the exercise led to chaos in some units. Despite this Russian messiness in the edges of the operation, the general flexibility of some units, the message was clear. Russia was capable of fighting a modern industrial war and excelling at it. In addition, proximity to the Ukrainian border made the exercise's political message clear. As the news circulated amongst the world's general staffs, the most common point of discussion, the officer cafes became the new modernized Russian army. 60 XP for that. Let's get the ooh. Well, quick improvisation, planning speed, command power, that seems pretty good, or entrenchment speed. I would go for planning speed. I don't know if we really need that. I mean, bold attack maybe would be nice to have. I don't want to save up for more doctrines, though. I need some rubbers, too. Sure. We still have time for more military factories.
Готов. Выходим. Готов выдвигаться. Выходим. Я готов. Я готов.
We get this for like the extra hardness.
Смирно.
We will cross here and try and roll up this river, maybe.
Ройс. Выходим. Я готов. Смирно. Слушаю.
The Svobodnik scandal. It turns out that Anastasy von Skatsy, former chief of the paramilitary Svobodnik organization and chief of the Moscow Civil Police, has been less than a model citizen. An investigation launched into him by the tax committee has uncovered evidence of bribery, tax evasion, and abusing state office to intimidate people for financial gain. He avoided the eye of the police for a long time thanks to his visible position and popularity in certain circles, so it is unclear why he's being investigated now. It is possible that the order has come from the higher-ups, such as the director of the Okhrana himself. Klipkov has never masked his disdain for opportunistic brutes such as von Sliatsky. Von Sliatsky has quite a reputation. He's often been accused of a lavish lifestyle supported by the wealth of his current wife, Nadeza's family, whose Russia as Asiatic bank was surprisingly protected from further liquidation, probably because of Sliatsky's connections. Jokingly referred to as the Tsar of Svobodniks, von Sliatsky is the epitome of new money and has a taste for aristocratic opulence. Several times he's made headlines with his escapades, drug use, and multiple lovers. He's a common speaker at SCRS rallies, a tough guy from the street, and even more infamous for inciting popular violence against those he considers enemies of the party. Still, his methods have worked well, but perhaps there is no more need for a paramilitary leader now that the state has monopoly on violence. I wouldn't want to shield him. It wouldn't be too hard to shield him from investigation, but the question is, do we want to?
Мы силы. Выходим. Смирно. Так точно. Идем. Внимание. Выходим. Давай. Готов?
Oh, nice.
Стройся. Жду приказа. Жду приказа. Слушаю. Мы под огнем. Выходим. Эти силы! Мирно!
Smash through these guys. We have no org and try and hit Chicago, I guess.
Готов?
Was it open?
Выходим!
Shit.
Жду приказа. Смирно!
Alright, we took Chicago.
Жду приказа. Выходим! Готов! Я готов. Готов?
Meter supplies. Not sure why I don't have supply. That's irritating. Where's Fed Capital? Like I should. Okay, there we go. Now we have it. So now we can do stuff again.
Выходим! Готов выдвигаться. Жду приказа. Выходим! Внимание! Жду приказа. Выходим! Так точно. Внимание! Слушай! Так точно! Внимание!
These guys are like, if we can get up the coast here, we can pocket off all those CSA troops.
Пошли! Пошли! Я готов!
At least we get that. Probably fine.
Жду приказа. Я готов. Брось! Я готов. Смирно!
Research. Go for that.
Так точно. Я готов. Брось! Выходим. Готов. Готов выдвигаться. Готов выдвигаться. Я готов. Готов?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Готов выдвигаться.
I don't know. It's okay.
Внимание!
Mobile warfare.
Смирно! Так точно. Так точно.
You know, maybe it's better to leave those guys there and let's just let the Entente finish them off.
Внимание! Выходим!
Yeah, metal. Recovery rate, entrenchment, org, attack. We go attack.
Давай, давай!
Oh, jeez.
Выйди с ними!
You know, I think maybe it's time to recall our volunteers here. I think they're kind of fucked here. Don't want to lose our tanks.
Я готов! Слушай! Готов выдвигаться!
We should maybe get our other research lot now too. Maybe we should have done that earlier. This is kind of a bit silly of me.
Готов! Я готов! Слушай!
Aluminum. Well, good luck, Puerto Rico. We get another land doctrine now too. Reynard the Fox. After suffering through nearly 6 years of setbacks and delays due to audio issues, Vladislav Starovich's stop-motion take on the classic tales of Reynard the Fox has released to rave reviews and box office records. The story follows the adventures of the eponymous fox Reynard as he uses his cunning to trick and make fools of the whole menagerie of other animals sent by the king to stop his antics. Critics and audiences alike have praised the quality of its animation dialogue, no doubt a relief for Starovich after the project spent more than half a decade in development. Nevertheless, given Reynard's relevance to his native France, Starovich has come under fire from certain corners for alleged sympathies to communards. Starovich himself has shot back, mocking the assertion that fairy tales from hundreds of years ago must have relevance to modern France, while emphasizing his opposition to the Bolsheviks and Russia's own civil war. Regardless, Reynard the Fox has propelled Starovich's prominence even higher, no mean feat given the popularity of his earlier work stretching back decades, which earned him the commendations from the Tsar himself. Okay.
Брось!
What do we want to do here? Current level of influence is 5. Let's do that. National mineral extraction law. Get ourselves some more tungsten. We need. Probably also maybe start training too for planes.
выдвигаться. Брось!
Those in the don't touch theater. Armenia requests military equipment. A telegram from Yerevan has just reached the capital asking for a government to supply the resurgent Armenian rebels with military equipment to ensure the continued survival of their newborn state. Okay, seeing as the peoples of Armenia and Russia have over time grown almost fraternal, since our nation had in the past long presented them with a preferable alternative to the Turkish yoke, and considering that we are already fought side by side with Armenian volunteers during the Weltkrieg, many politicians are arguing that it is our obligation to support the otherwise isolated Caucasian state with its equipment needs. Furthermore, an Armenian victory over the Ottoman Turks would not only decisively weaken one of our greatest foes, but also greatly increase our influence over the Caucasus Mountains, maybe even paying attention or paving the way for the alliance between Yerevan and Moscow. On the other hand, refusing to support the Armenian rebellion would mean leaving our brethren to their fate. Nonetheless, there have been also voices of our government that deem the requested gun shipments a waste of resources, arguing that Armenia's chance of success is rather questionable as it stands. We cannot afford to pointlessly sacrifice our military equipment at the moment, especially when taking our western border into account. Let's just do it. I got lots of guns. Which civil war is that? I don't know. I mean, this is everybody versus Dougie Mack, I guess. Look at that. Very bad day for Mr. MacArthur. I think Dominion Canada intervened on the side of the PSA. So that's probably it for him. And then Mexico had decided to have a little moment, do Mexico things.
Так точно. Слушай. Готов выдвигаться. Так точно. Я готов. Я готов.
Got that. Fuel usage plus 35%. That's a bit questionable. I don't know if this is like worth it over every decreased production. Okay. Huh. I guess we'll do that. Extra hardness. They'll give us cheaper tanks. Hmm. And we just get more tanks. The extra speed. So yeah, a little bit of a deficit of guns there. I guess we are training a lot of guys. 197 divisions. Well, these divisions are like it's tough to compare army size because like the width is different. Like these are only 16 widths, and usually we have 20 widths. So we're at like advanced flamethrower. The amphibious drive. That'd be pretty sick to have, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe we go for the extra construction. So I need excavation to get this oil. So maybe I actually want to do excavation tech then. I need excavation 1 and 4. I guess we can speed the game up since we're not microing volunteers at the moment. Maybe I should send volunteers to Armenia. I don't know.
Что приказано? Внимание!
I got lots of PP, so we can afford to spend that. We got our construction tech. That was our extra research slot, right? Yeah, I guess I already signed it. Industry research bonus. Or maybe that's not smart. Like we're kind of getting close to go time, so we might want to be looking at picking up some army buffs.
Внимание! Готов! Смирно! Брось! Внимание! Готов выдвигаться. Готов выдвигаться.
That make sure you have at least something in the east, and then these guys, you guys can get Denikin.
Готов.
We can assign those different commanders later, I guess. Political advisor. Recruitable population factor 20%. It's pretty good. Extra stability. Hmm. Go with the Prince of Terror, maybe. Or no, I should hold political power because they would need that for when like the war breaks out. Which I'm not sure exactly when that will be. I guess it's variable now. The psychology of the totalitarian mind. Uh, the Heidelberg-based Russian sociologist Sergei Stepanovich Chekhotin's magnum opus, Psychology of the Totalitarian Mind, has been immediately lauded as a classic and a work that captures much of the zeitgeist of the 1930s, both in Russia and elsewhere. Chekhotin, who fled Russia in 1935 and has been an outspoken critic of totalitarianism in both Russia and Germany, has crafted a convincing narrative on the nature of these rabble rousers of the modern age. Chekhotin identifies the key support base for all these movements, both Bolsheviks and Svobodniks, is inherently the same group of people, those left behind by rapidly modernizing society, and the rural poor who work in odd jobs, drifting from one place to another, never with proper foundation or identity. These groups are created by social inequality, and they breed bitterness, contempt, and fuel for political unrest. Should demagogues like Lenin, Savinkov, Schleicher along offer them simple, strong leaders to follow. Focusing on the Russian situation, Chekhotin argues that because none of their underlying social issues that led to the 1917 revolutions were fixed, and their consequences, communism merely being banned, only led that some unrest and inequality channeling itself into a new breed of political movement, the SCRS. Furthermore, these movements are never genuinely interested or able to willingly actually solve the social issues that fuel them. This makes these totalitarian movements inherently irrational and destructive, as they must find new groups to persecute to solve societal issues. This only leads to massive repression, Chekhism, Savinkov's purges, and so on. That has no logical end and is not founded on any logical premise. Chekhotin's work has received much attention from anti-totalitarian politicians and is widely thanked as a theoretical framework for proper explanation on the rise of these totalist groups. Pointless slander. Lies and slander. I guess there's some impassable terrain now.
Готов выдвигаться. Готов. Так точно.
Yeah, that probably doesn't need that many guys.
Готов. Брось. Брось. Я готов. Слушаю.
Let's give them whatever, General.
Брось. Так точно. Готов. Готов. Жду приказа. Слушаю.
The motorizer supply there, I guess. The Hrayevich incident. Thanks to the incompetence of the Tsaritsyn staff headquarters, Ukrainian agent Anatoly Hrayevich has been able to steal part of the plans concerning our future offensive against Ukrainian forces. Our security police failed to stop the agent's escape, and it's probable that he has relayed a copy of our plans to the Ukrainian and German armies by now. By making many of our preparations... Sorry, I should probably change these.
Что приказано?
Making many of our preparations in the Donbass front wasted. However, this is only a minor setback. The Army Command is arguing that by starting the offensive as fast as possible, the Ukrainians would not have time to properly analyze stolen plans and adapt the defenses accordingly. Many men responsible for the internal security of the Tsaritsyn command have been put to court-martial for their failures to fulfill their duties. Amateurs such as them are not needed in our military intelligence. We should maybe do some of this stuff. Do our security service, whatever. Maybe a winter expert, sure. We're probably gonna need more trucks. If we get bombed. It's gonna go up to its extensive conscription too.
Так точно. Готов. Так точно.
It's coming up in 1940. What's their next industry look like? Should probably get that next level of engine too for our planes. Yes.
Брось.
The business elite flee. Russia has always had a minority of urban-dwelling German experts ready from the days of Ekaterina the Great, and their number has only grown in the 1920s as many German or Austrian industrial conglomerates moved their engineers and other technical experts to oversee their factory building in places like Moscow, Petrograd, or Ekaterinburg. This did bring Russia sorely needed expertise that was also utilized in projects such as the LRO electrification program. As expected, many of these people are now fleeing Russia as the factories operated by them are being nationalized or put into the hands of the Russian companies. While some of the experts have offered to continue working under new management, the majority of them have fled Russia fearing anti-German sentiment and violence. Oh, well, that's rough. It's kind of like a worryingly low number of civilian factories. A Heraclean problem. Improving the efficiency of Russian agriculture is an endless task. One such task is with livestock. In order to increase the efficiency of production and reduce the cost, one option would be to provide more fodder for the animals. To achieve that, there needs to be a plant that produces significant amounts of biomass in a short amount of time. One such plant was recently found. A group of Russian botanists, while carrying out an inventory of local Georgian flora, stumbled upon a recently described plant, Herculeum sosnovsky, also known as Sosnovsky's hogweed, a plant described in 1936 by Ida Madanova in honor of her coworker Dmitry Ivanich Sosnovsky. The plant grew rapidly, achieving colossal sizes. Scientists also noted how local cattle fed on the plant. As the research drew to a close, they brought a couple of seeds with them to investigate them further. Soon after, the group caught the attention of the Agricultural Ministry, which quickly initiated the first plantations of Sosnovsky's hogweed, not only for fodder purposes, but also honey production. Not long passed until people started noticing problems with this miraculous plant. The cattle refused to eat it, and those who ate any silage prepared out of the plant would produce any scented meat. Another problem affected the people as this hogweed soon turned out to be toxic. All plantation workers who walked next to the plant would get painful burns. As the embarrassed ministry decided to abandon the plantations, the last problem arose. Sosnovsky's hogweed started spreading rapidly from where it was introduced, and soon it was noted to be present in all surrounding areas. Anyone who tried removing it by cutting it down would soon fail, as the plant would regrow instantly. Many locals started complaining about this plant, however, soon a legend emerged for that this plant is Savinkov's revenge on those who still refuse to be loyal to him. But Savinkov really tried to use the plant against his opponents. Really, would he? It's funny. Alright, we don't need to trade for tungsten anymore. We can get our civvies back. Maybe we want some more industry stuff. A lot of rails we're gonna have to build here. I don't know, our supply kind of looked like okay already. Ish. Maybe we're kind of overdoing it with the rails. And they're not huge projects, I don't know. We'll just let it build maybe. Get the extra operative. Start getting some intel network maybe. Ukraine. Survivability studies.
Что приказано? Стройсь!
Yeah, supply is going to be definitely going to be an issue. So when we attack, I mean, capitulating Ukraine, like, usually supposed to give you, like, a decent amount of divisions. It's like, usually a pretty smart idea. Like, there's no way Ukraine would be difficult to conquer, right? Like, Russia definitely would not have a problem winning a war against Ukraine. So maybe we should try that. I mean, the other alternative is, like, this. So, like, the swamp here is, like, really fucking annoying to push through. We also have to worry about, like, the number of Austrian troops coming to the border as well. Also try and clean up UBD in the north. Like we're already kind of having supply issues. I guess we'll see what our supply situation looks like and make a decision off that, I guess. The heart of the army. The Guards, created in 1930 as part of Kornilov's military reforms, the brainchild of General Denikin. Like the Imperial Guard, these units are meant not to be the ceremonial troops, but a true elite force. Particularly notable are the first 4 Guards divisions formed on the basis of the 4 colored divisions of the Civil War. The first officer, Markovite, the second assault, Kornilovite, the third Romanian, Drozdovite, and the fifth, Alexevites division. Still retaining the honor of wearing their own dress uniforms, they are the elite of the Russian army alongside with the 4th Iron Division. This fully volunteer-based Guards units received the best equipment and follow the harsh training regime developed under General Kutupov and receive the best payment for their service. Before the rank of a Guardsman stands the word Guard, such as Guard Private or Guard Colonel. In their uniform, they wear a special regalia, the double-headed eagle. Guardsmen, in addition to advanced physical training, undergo advanced training courses in tactics and military tactical sciences. There's also a strong tradition of the Guards officers organizing formal classes on etiquette, literature, music, and dance. Holding the Guardsmen are not only soldiers, but gentlemen and examples to the rest of the army, espousing the finest chivalric virtues of the Imperial Army. Of course, part of it is propaganda, part is vanity, but there is an element of truth to it. The Guards genuinely hold a respected position in society, stemming from 2 decades of worship of volunteer army and its legacy. Their critics within the army expect these ideas of chivalry soon to fall as the first assault against German machine gun fire starts. Infantry guys. This guy.
Готов выдвигаться. Так точно. Я готов.
I guess I have military access to Mongolia. Whoops.
Жду приказа. Жду приказа. Жду приказа. Брось! Внимание! Я готов!
So I want to do that because I don't want my troops to shuffle, so I put them on the garrison order there.
Брось!
And then that way, I won't lose my entrenchment bonus. And because I'm on GBP and I have engineers, I should have like a substantial amount of entrenchment. I hope, which will prevent me from getting pushed. Ooh. Austria intervenes in the Second Weltkrieg. Well. Do you even need to do that then? We should be able to just like join the war, right? Hopefully. Sure, bunkers. Austria is joined the Reichspakt.
Так точно. Готов выдвигаться. Внимание! Я готов. Внимание! Так точно. Внимание! Стройсь!
Or maybe I do need to do the this focus do the preemptive war. Anyways, I'm gonna save the game here. It looks like next episode we'll have the Weltkrieg. Hopefully I don't have this problems with attritioning all my shit. It would be nice. All right, I will see you guys next time. Too many things on one tile, yeah.